Delighted to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the city of 100 spires that is the mighty Prague. We're down in the south of the city. We are alongside the river Vltava. The course is down to the Bohemian Forest in the deep south of the Czech Republic. And this afternoon, what an occasion. It is the Olympic Group C qualifier for Paris' 2024 Olympics. Qualification spots have already been allocated. The best of the world's last year in Denmark. The likes of Sweden, the Netherlands, Britain, Ireland and Germany have all qualified. Belgium qualified as of right, having won the Nations Cup finals in Barcelona in 2022. Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they went head-to-head in a battle in the Middle East at the start of this year for their qualification. And the Saudis and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, they secured their places. And the most recent qualifier was that hotly contested battle that saw Japan and Australia book their places to the Olympics in Paris. That was in Valkenswaard a couple of weekends ago. Delighted to welcome you all to this Group C qualifier for Paris' Olympics. And 10 nations it is that line up this afternoon. It is Uzbekistan, Israel, the home nation, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, in good form, the Slovaks, Poland, Turkey's got a very good team, Ukraine, Hungary, Bulgaria, and we will jump 39 in the first round because only one of the 10 teams fielding just 3, that is Slovenia. We get underway with the first of Uzbekistan. Course set by Uliano Vetsani this afternoon. It's a mighty test in this Huchle Arena in Prague. It is 570 meters, a long course, 86 seconds of the time allowed. Fences 1 through to 13 with 16 efforts in total. Our trailblazer Beksod Kubanov gets Uzbekistan's campaign up and started in their pursuit for Paris place. This man rode at the World Cup finals that were held in Omaha this year. He went very well. Sadly, first blemish out on Uliano's course. This gelding, he's an Emerald Chelano son, owned by Bahramon Gasviev for Beksod Kubanov. That's Fiji, sadly. The Prague plank also at home in Uzbekistan late April this year. Now remember, discard score is a possibility where you are fortunate to field 4 representatives, as all but Slovenia are. So looking for the best 3 scores to count. They will jump an identical round for the second round, and then it is the cumulative score between the 2 rounds that will decide the fate of the 2 places we will allocate from Group C this afternoon. Well, time penalties already into play, 93-7. It is going to be a total of 16 for Beksod Kubanov to get Uzbekistan's campaign started. And Mats Fiji completes. They will hope that will, of course, be the discard score. The next to come, Tokyo Olympian, who was 11th individually at the Games with this horse, Donatello. World Games in 2018 in Tryon, North America. And the World Champs last year in Herning, and it is an explosive start from Ashley Bond. Donatello, Westphalian son of Paul Schockermöller's wonderful Diorado, crossed to Lamoureux the first. Veteran Ashley of 4 World Cup finals as well. Down through the early treble comes brutally hot out of the start gate at 5A, B, C, and this is a beautiful distance down to that 3.80 m water. And a real little course designer's trap water down to the plank, so you've opened the horses out over the water, and then comes a delicate technical question after a power scope fence. Not an easy pair of factors to face back to back, but this is a beautiful start. Israel much fancied this afternoon, as are the likes of Turkey home nation do not discount the Czech Republic. This is a scorching round from Ashley Bond. She has really got after this. Cour's got it by the scruff and collar. Beautiful round. 82.54, so 3.5 seconds inside the time. And Israel's trailblazer Ashley Bond posts the first clear of the Group C Olympic qualifier. Beautiful round. This is a great combination. Vladimir Treterov for the Czech Republic to open the home nation's account. His CV is lengthy and impressive. Europeans in Riesenbeck 2021, Ludger Beerbaum's championships. Henning last year, all with this horse Gangster. 56th and 74th respectively. Part of the Czech team, in fact, jumped off in the inaugural Longines EF Nations Cup finals in Warsaw 2021 for the Team Silver in behind Italy. Battled with Pier Giorgio Bucci that afternoon and Cocello. This pair make light of the treble. They've had a good season. They were 7th in Mannheim 3-star Grand Prix in Germany. 6th in the 3-star Grand Prix in Budapest and 5th in June in the heart of Poland at Poznan. Poznan Wola, Szymon Tarrants. Wonderful grass showcase. This horse is a wonderful, expressive campaigner. Loves his job. Vladimir Treterov makes sure that he will not have a time penalty. With only 2 qualifying from Group C this afternoon, the battle is going to be intense over the next couple of hours. But no, that is absolutely off the script. Home crowd, no. Draws for breath and now is aghast as it's an elimination. Going beautifully, attacking, and I don't understand that at all. That is the Czech equestrian team, our superb organisers. Their wall, I'm afraid, eliminates the trailblazer for the home side. That's really disappointing and a big surprise. Vladimir Treterov is out of the first round, and that, of course, does mean that the other 3 scores in the first round will have to count for the Czech Republic as they battle now. Their Paris hopes are put to the sword a little bit. I was commentating in Bratislava not long ago when the home nation Slovakia won the team bronze in the Nations Cup, and this lady was part of that team. Jumps a super double clear, had 1 time penalty, but it was a real pivotal performance to secure that bronze for the home nation. Nations Cups in Ibristorf as well. World number 427, Dominika Galova, is off to an okay start. This pair 5th in the World Cup in Budapest. Good down that line, jumped the water bold, but didn't run through the hand of Dominika. Kept attentive. Just a worry from riders that the horses just get a little bit ignited out over that big open water and then lose a little bit of control down to the plank. But I'm afraid it's a nightmare distance into the combination on the far side. And again, shaky moment at the CET wall where Vladimir Treterov came to grief. So not the round the Slovaks would have wanted. It is going to be 8 jumping and also 3 time penalties. 86 seconds looks to be influential. It is 11 for Dominika Galova to open up the Slovak account. Just the 1 round. so far that's made this course look jumpable. That was for Ashley Bond for Israel. Must be a good feeling in the Israeli camp. This man's a little magician. Adam Jegorzewski, we welcome to get Poland's campaign underway. I fancy Poland as a team. They've got a very strong hand. Still in his 20s, world number 312, so he's cutting. It's with the big boys. 5 youth Europeans for Adam between 2012 and 2017. His ride this afternoon is his Sem. This pair won the Grand Prix in Arezzo, 4-star Grand Prix in April of last year, no less. He's a real talent. Adam, this, the quality time Clinton 10-year-old. I certainly would back him to have a full fault round, if not better. He's got a very cool head on his young shoulders, does not seem to feel a yard of pressure. Adam Jegorzewski, little Ratten from Isem, but everything is intact. Traveling beautifully. This is a ground covering chestnut as well. The time should not be an issue. Great to see a packed grandstand flanked alongside this Hüchle arena. And Adam Jegorzewski is still clear to match the clear of Israel and Ashley Bond. Down's the last fence. It's going to be tight on time. It's going to have a time penalty. Time is really tight out there. 2 time it is going to be. It is the second clear round jumping, but just creeping over 86 seconds. Giuliano Vezzani's come up with a double whammy this afternoon. Big technical course. And a tight time is going to make for a cliffhanger of an afternoon. And Adam Jegorzewski, good start. Great start for Poland. But it is 2 time penalties. The next to come, the charming Darren Demasoy, we welcome. He's had a good win this week. And what a talent. World number 176. Has been at 3 senior Europeans, 2015 in Aachen, Gothenburg 2017 and 2021 in Riesenbeck. Graduate of the Young Rider Academy of Eleonora Ottaviani and others. Graduated the Young Rider Academy in 2016. Started at the Galatasaray Pony Club in Turkey. Has had a good win this week, Darren already. And this Koblenz van der Middelstede have been together since 2017. They went very well in Stockholm in the Global Champions Tour Grand Prix, 8th there, June of this year. Sadly, middle part of the triple is a first blood on the Turkish card. Darren Demasoy shaky at the water, really veered right on takeoff, uncomfortable when the spread is already 3 meters 80. So Poland and Israel at the moment have got it all their own way, but of course discard scores, so we can't get anything like a complete picture yet, but this is getting a little bit painful for Darren Demasoy. Overcast afternoon, but the sun just starting to burn through the Czech clouds, and it's heating up in the arena both in terms of Olympic qualification tension and sheer temperatures. Darren Demasoy is going to come home inside time, but it's Small consolation because 3 fence hit the sand on Ulyana Vetsani's Group C Olympic qualifier course here in the Hukle Arena in Prague. 12 it is for the Turk trailblazer. The next to come forward, this lady, a veteran of 5 youth Europeans, 2 young riders and 3 junior European champs. And also her senior debut was in Gothenburg, beautiful Ullevi Stadium. I was lucky to be commentating there live too. Called Peter Fredriksson home to the European title. Great that Peter's back in the saddle after his nasty fall in Stockholm. World number 420 is on the course. Alyssa Danilova gets started. This mare, she's a Holsteiner Cascadello daughter, 10 years of age. Crossed to Quebec, owned by Sergei Demchenko. Costanella's away, and away well for Alyssa Danilova. As Ukraine try and, well, ideally get up alongside Israel with a clear. The 2-time of Adam Zhegozhevsky. This pair jumps in the Longines EF semi-final in Albrechtsdorf in Austria. Form has been a little bit absent this year. Best result was in the World Cup in Budapest in late May for 3rd place. But they've got the form right when they need it here. This is a beautiful start for Alyssa Danilova. They look in a very confident mode here. Ripping around the corner. Still clear. This is really positive. She has stepped up to the plate here brilliantly. Kozanel down to the last fence. It must be quick enough. It's a brilliant clear round. Could Ukraine spring a surprise here and sneak ahead of some of the favourites to qualify for the Olympics in Paris? Alyssa Danilova has given Ukraine a real fighting chance. That's a very good clear round. Second clear round of the Group C Olympic qualifier for Alyssa Danilova and Kostanel. Big smiles for the Ukrainian. Well done. This man's got some mileage. World Equestrian Games twice in Caen, in Normandy 2014 and in Tryon 2018. World Cup finals in Omaha 2017 for 21st place in Nebraska. And 3 European Championships, 2013, 15 and 17, Henning, Aachen and Gothenburg respectively. This afternoon, Gabor Szabo Jr. on course for Hungary, their trailblazer. Meza Hegier's Chabala jumping. This mare, 13-year-old daughter of Chaco Blue, whose side famously, most famously, Ben Mayer's Olympic champion Explosion W. And a similar feeling here to Alyssa Danilova's start. Very, very positive, forward-flowing, fearless approach. Does seem to pay off in top-class show jumping. You see the likes of Scott Brash, Marcus Enning really attacking with an abandon, really, regardless of the occasion. Wonderful to see Marcus winning the Aachen Grand Prix again with Stargold, his 3rd win of late. Quite extraordinary career, keeps on unfolding. Gabor Szabo still clear, and to join Israel and Ukraine with a clear round. This horse is really respecting the jumps. There's a head guess. Chabala turns for home. Time's good. Jump the last, and we have a 3-way tie in 1st place. Brilliant from Gabor Szabo. Meza Hegier's Chabala delivers clear round number 3 on a platter here in the Huchlea Arena in Prague, which ignites. It's a very good clear round. This is a great combination. They've been together since 2018. They are in their 6th season as a pair. Chacolino is on the course. There's another Chaco Blue Sun heartbreaker, the downside this time, but same sire as Mezahegez Chabala, who just jumped the great clear round. Ruslan Petkov is on course, the trailblazer for Bulgaria, if not Brazil. Not in the Group C, Brazil. This pair 6th in the World Cup in Bulgaria recently and 9th in the 3-star Grand Prix in Albrechtsdorf in Austria. One early mistake for Ruslan Petkov. Took a slightly skewed approach into the treble. Control slightly lacking here, sadly, as Chacolino rather locking his jaw into the hand of Ruslan Petkov, not making his job easy. Two fences down, and the Bulgarian still battling for a little bit of control. Down to this CET4, which was the demise of Vladimir Tratera earlier. Real shock exit with Gangster van Het Noorderveld for the home nation. It is going to be time penalties as well because of trying to get the control. Has lost some speed out on the course. It does mean it will be 13 penalties for the first out for the Bulgarians. Ruslan Petkov has 13. This is a real young talent. I've seen him a few times now. Was out with him in Riyadh late last year. And what a talent he is. Still only 19 years of age. Rising star of the East it is. Abdurrahman Abdullayev for Uzbekistan on course. Just bear in mind his age, and his world ranking is already 253 at 19. It's impressive. It's a very good horse this. Quintero is on course for this little magician. Youth Equestrian Games in Aachen, 22 last year, 19th individually, and 4th with the team. This is the first of the second rider rotation. And just to remind you, 3 clears at this point. Israel, Ukraine and Hungary are in the driving seat. And Poland yapping at their heels with a 2-time from Adam Gorzewski. Abdurrahman, though, a shade too quick, I feel, down into the treble. Quinter just getting a little bit out of the young gun's hand. Big occasion at 19. Boy, oh boy. Abdurrahman Abdullayev, we will hear a lot more of him. That is for certain. Quintero across to Conair. This one, that he owns himself, bred by Torsten Grip. This Holsteiner gelding. Now trying to keep the score on the 12 because of the 16 for their trailblazer Kurbanov means that Uzbekistan can't afford much more damage. So already, this round I think is going to make their Paris chances fairly slim pickings. Well, big occasion, what a talent. Does not go the way, sadly, of Abdurrahman Abdullayev this afternoon and Quinter. They have 16 penalties. out on the course. It does mean it's a pair of 16s for Uzbekistan. They will have to count one of those 16 penalties. We'll very much hope to discard the other, but 16 is going to be a lead weight carry into the second round. I think already their hopes of Paris have evaporated this afternoon, sad to say. This exciting for Israel as their second rider comes forward to try and capitalise on that superb clear of Ashley Bond. Isabella Rusakov is underway nicely. There's the Cardento Concorde gelding. Also reached dizzy heights with David Will, won the team silver for the German team in Riesenbeck's Europeans back in 2021 for David. Now with Isabella. Sadly, second mistake out of the combination. So Israel will not run away with this Group C qualifier. Going to have to rely on Robin Moore and Daniel Blumen. They're good men to rely on, certainly, but they won't have it all their own way. And I was thinking that maybe Isabella could put them into an enviable position. Isabella Rusakov coming down. Big stride she sees to the CET wall. Our organisers here, the Czech equestrian team. It's going to be a couple down. It's still a very respectable 8 penalties. Not the clear that Israel would have loved, of course, but they still stay as one of the favourites, having delivered one of only those 3 clear rounds in the first rider rotation, alongside Ukraine and Hungary. We haven't, of course, seen Slovenia. They have only 3 riders, so we will wait. At the end of this rider rotation, we'll see the first out for the 3-rider Slovenian team. The home nation gives this man a rousing welcome because they need a very big afternoon from Philippe Dolezal and the others because of the elimination of Vladimir Tretera and Gangster, 32 years of age. Second this pair in the World Cup in Shamrin in mid-June this year. They know each other very well. Their 6th season as a pair started back in 2018. It is their 3rd season competing on the Nations Cup teams for the Czech Republic. Philippe Dolezal opens up well. This is coup de coeur GP Madame Z jumping. 12-year-old coup de coeur for pleasure stallion. No first error, I'm afraid. Back of the Oxer at 4. First blemish for the Czech team. It means they can't finish on a team score of 0 on a clean sheet. Philippe Dolezal, big distance he sees down into this difficult line. It's the real course designer's trap of a line. Water open into the plank with that transition of a power scope fence to a technical, delicate plank, a real alteration in what the horse is being asked to do, but it's a second error, sadly, for Philippe Dolezal. Home hopes, I'm afraid, suffer with the 3rd error down out on the course of Ilyana Vetsani. It's going to be a little clutch of time. 2-time as well. It is 12 jumping and 2-time penalties, 14. It is a score that will have to count for the Czech Republic because of the elimination for their trailblazer. 14 for Philippe Dolezal and coup de coeur GP Madame Z, second out for the home team. Slovakia are also a team that have got to do a little bit of catching up because of the 11 for Dominika Galova, their trailblazer. David Horvath is on the course. Second for Slovakia. This is U2 West 11 Z jumping. 10-year-old Yuto Kervek Calypso the third. Bay on course, starts beautifully. Mid part of the treble, not been riding easy. David, veteran of the youth European champs twice in the juniors in Fontainebleau, 2018 and 2019, the year after in Zuidewolde in the Netherlands. U2 West 11 jumped in the Nations Cup in Albrechtsdorf, the semi-finals. And that superb home team bronze in Bratislava. First Nations Cup year for this pair for Slovakia. David Horvath's going well, turns for home. Time already ticking. There's going to be 8 jumping, 12 jumping, and 6 for time as well. It is 18 for the second out for Slovakia. And again, they are falling into trouble. Does mean that the likes of Israel, Poland as well, Ukraine, Hungary, delighted. Still no real feeling where these qualification spots will go outside of those 3 nations, with the other countries getting some sizable scores on their card already. That is 18 for David Horvath, the second for Slovakia. This man's father's a wonderful supporter of Polish show jumping, the Cavaliada Tour. Max Vector is on the course. Damien Vector is a wonderful loyal supporter to Polish show jumping. Max's first Worlds was in Herning. That was with this horse Cepetano. 100th position they finished. Now Poland in a very handy position here because of the super clear round. Admittedly 2 time, but with others falling into much worse trouble. The 2 of Adam Zagorzelski not looking too significant at the moment. This pair jumped in the Nations Cup at home up in the north of Poland in Sopot. That was their only Nations Cup start for the Polish team this year. This is a crucial second start for them, and they're making a very good go of it. Cepetano still travelling beautifully. He's 11, Geppetto cross to Kalido the first here. Little touch on the lilac. Oxa it stays, and Max sees a forward stride to keep an eye on the time. This is brilliant. Poland have jumped a brilliant clear round inside time by a slither. He really had an eye on the clock there, Max Vector, as he saw a long stride down to the CET wall. He took it bravely. That was a real risk and a reward kind of a moment, because he could have had it down on that big open distance, this one. But he got it beautifully and inside the time. And Poland are pressuring the likes of Israel, Ukraine and Hungary for the 2 spots for Paris. Very good round for Max Vector. Poland need 1 clear round from their last 2 riders to finish on a team score of 2, which you feel keeps them very much in the cauldron for a Paris place. Sadly, the Ford Oxer goes early doors for the second for Turkey. Again, would have loved to have improved things, having had the 12 of Darren Demasoy. On course, Hasan Şentürk, number 15 to jump over the 39 to come in this first round. Normally 10 times the 4 would be 40, but the Slovenians with just 3, so that is why we jumped 39 in the first and second rounds. We take the best 8 teams into the second round for the identical course, but those nations who declare their intention to qualify for Paris can also return for the second round. But Hasan Şentürk is having a torrid time, I'm afraid. Turkey are in deep trouble, because looking like having to carry the 12 of Darren Demasoy. So their afternoon has soured, I'm sad to say. Our drama this afternoon in this Huchle Arena on the banks of the River Vltava, down in the south of the city of 100 spires, has trouble. The second for Turkey. Hasan Şentürk has 21 penalties. It does mean they will have to carry that 12 of Darren Demasoy. And Turkish fortunes, I'm afraid, not very good for the Olympic spot for Paris. And they were one of the favourites coming into the competition. So again, the form book has been thrown out of the window here in Prague. So this is now crucial as Ukraine tries to become the first nation to deliver 2 clear rounds. To back up the super clear of Alisa Danilova, Mikola Pilipetko is on the course. This, the son of Kanan, it is Karat jumping. He's young for this big ask this afternoon at just 9 years of age. It's a beautiful start. Just gets a little whistle from the sideline, as if to remind him 8-6 seconds is not easy to come home inside. Yet to represent Ukraine at Worlds, Europeans or Olympics. First error, sadly, mid part of the course. This pair jumped in Ibristov. They jumped very well in Athens as well. Nations Cup legs in both. Double clear in Athens. Gordon Minori as well this year. So now 2 down, but it's not fatal at all to Ukraine's hopes of qualification. They will hope to discard this 8. Naturally, it's going to be 1 time as well. 9 it is in total. 8 jumping and 1 time for Mikola Pilipetko and Karat, second out for Ukraine. At the moment, it is Poland who are our leaders with the 2. The 2 time of Adam Jagorzewski and the super clear of Max Vechter. Hungary now tries to follow in the footsteps of Ukraine, but tries to achieve what Ukraine attempted, to produce a double clear round, to add to the super clear of Gabor Szabo, their trailblazer. Peter Shuhai it is we welcome. This, the Chaco Blue, Sandro Boymer, Chaco's girl star, is the second out for Hungary. Makes a beautiful shape out over the early oxer. Early signs are good. Peter, veteran of 7 youth Europeans. He was 13th in the young riders last year. That was with Casino Royal Z. This mare, she was 2nd in the World Cup in Budapest, May of this year. And boy, she's jumping well. It's another Chaco Blue offspring. Third we've had in the last 10 horses. Mesogaze, Chabala, Gabor Shabo, the first for Hungary, another Chaco Blue. Who delivered the first clear round for the Hungarians, but that is disappointing. Yeah, he didn't jump that wall. I think he's got to go back and represent. Otherwise, it would be elimination. Did not go between the red and white flags. What a shame. Frank Centimay, Andras Kovi are the 2 remaining for Hungary to come. They're both very good, but really unexplained. This mare was going beautifully. And then I'm afraid the wheels came off in this Group C Olympic qualifier. Not the time or place. It is also a qualifier for the Grand Prix here in the Hüchli Arena on Sunday. And the other point of interest is that it is an MER competition as well. That is the minimum eligibility requirement. So if your nation is qualified either with a team or an individual quota, you must also have the MER criteria met. You've got to have either 3 around a 3-star MER qualifier. You've got to have 1 around a 4 or 5-star MER qualifier, either at 155 or 160. Over 155, you've got to have 1 fence down and no more. That's the maximum. And for a 160 course, it's 2 down. That's your maximum allowed to qualify for the Olympics, as well as the country you ride for having either team or individual spots also booked. So there's a double requirement to ride at the Olympics. Not easy, as you'd expect. Certainly got a feel for Peter Schuhai. 24 penalties. Chaco's Girl Star scars the card of the Hungarians. They will have 2 more to come. Now we go to Bulgaria, number 18. We are just under halfway through the first round of this Group C Olympic qualifier here in the Hüchli Arena. Rosen Radchev is on course number 2 for Bulgaria. This is Denzel van der Molenhoff, son, 10 years of age. Independent is on course and has had a tough early start. This man is very seasoned. He was part of the Olympics twice, in Sydney 2000 and in Athens 04. Was very well placed, 20th individually. As an individual in Sydney, 2 World Games in Rome 98 and 2002 in Jerez de la Frontera. And this Stanley Independence went very well. He was 11th in the World Cup qualifier in Athens at the start of June this year. Not their afternoon today, I'm afraid. 20 on the card of Rosen Radchev. Bulgaria are looking unlikely to gain one of those 2 qualifying spots, with the 13 for their trailblazer, Ruslan Petkov. 23 it is. It does mean that whatever happens, Bulgaria will have to carry 13 penalties on their card, which is again a weighty total. So now the last of the first half of this first round. We'll take a break of 10 minutes after the trailblazer for Slovenia. Andrej Pavlovic is on the course. Andrej rode at the Europeans in 2019 for 62nd position. And that was with this horse. Ideal du Bluffen UZ is on the track, accompanied this afternoon by Lydia Grum and Guy Rios. Slovenia, of course, have got it all to do. With just 3 riders, that means every score will be a counting score. Puts the pressure on intolerably. Second mistake out on Uliano Vetsani's course for the son of Inshallah de Musa. Third mistake now for Ideal du Bluffen UZ, so things are getting very difficult for Slovenia. Yeah, you got to feel as he opens his mouth in a little bit of resigned despair, I think. Andrej Pavlovic comes home. It is going to be 25 for Slovenia. That, I'm afraid, upsets their afternoon. Really tough with a 3-rider team. So, ladies and gentlemen, we take a 10-minute break at the midpoint of the first round. And what we can tell you, Poland are out in front. They have a team score of 2. Clear round for Max Vechter and the 2 time for Adam Jagorzewski. Poland are looking like the likely team to qualify at the moment. It's a long way to go. Israel, very good start. Here's the confirmation. That clear of Ashley Bond, and the 8 for Isabella Rusakov has them on 8. They are in touch. Ukraine also going beautifully. Again, 9 is their total. Hungary upset the round of Gabor Szabo with the 24 for Peter Shuhai. They're on 24. But long way to go yet. We take a break from the Huchle Arena here in Prague from the Group C qualifier. From myself, Ed Holloway, thank you for joining us. We'll be back in 10 minutes with the second half of the Olympic qualifier. Until then, short break, put the kettle on, and we'll see you soon. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second half of the first round of this Group C Olympic qualifier for the Games in Paris in 2024. Delighted to have you back for the conclusion of the first round. What a battle we have on our hands. The four nations at the head of affairs: Israel, Ukraine, Hungary and Poland. They're looking very good for an Olympic spot. 2 spaces available this afternoon. Already we can say that the likes of Sweden as the world champions qualify as of right out of the hurling part of the qualification system, joined by the Dutch, Great Britain, Ireland and Germany as the best 5 nations from the FEI Worlds last year. Belgium qualified as of right, having won the Nations Cup final in Barcelona 2022. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates qualified earlier this year. The last pair of nations to qualify out of the Valkenswaard qualify for Group G, that was Japan and Australia. Otherwise, we'll take 3 nations, the best 3 not qualified already from the Milan Europeans. In August, we'll qualify. The Nations Cup champions of next year, or sorry, this year, will qualify for Paris next year. We will also take 3 teams from the Pan Am Games that are at the end of October this year. That is the composition. It will be 20 teams in total for the Olympics in Paris, plus 15 individuals. Battle is on to see which of the likes of those 4 nations at the head of affairs here will qualify. Super arena here. We are in our 4th year of running this superb Prague, now 4-star, upgraded from 3 to 4-star this year. It had to be a 4-star level show jumping international competition to host an Olympic qualifier. And seating has been expanded, now 1,000 VIP seats, 1,500 public seats also available. So really super facilities here down the south of the city of 100 spires here in Prague. We get back underway with Uzbekistan. Things have not gone the Uzbekis' way so far this afternoon, with 16 for each of their first 2 riders. Abdurrahman Abdullayev and Beksod Kurbanov both with 16 each. And Umidikon Komalov we now welcome. This man's ridden at Asian Indoor Games. Was a very good 12th place in the individual finals in 2017 in Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. But things not easing for the Uzbekis this afternoon, sadly. He also won a very good individual bronze at the Eurasian Games in Moscow in 2021 with Castania. His ride this afternoon to resume games is Kadeso. Amidhon Komalov, further problems down into the treble, sadly. Kadeso Cabochon across to Granis. It's a brand new ride for this man. Former rider of Germany's Hilmer Meyer. Very good producer. Out in the northwest of Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia, Hilmer Meyer. Wow, gets away with a really deep spot. Horse got him out of all sorts of trouble there. I think, again, a youthful partnership. Could just see the greenness there on the surface. No, second pair to come unstuck at the CET wall. That big blue wall that is embellished with our super organisers here in the Huchle Arena. Looks a little bit punch drunk out there. Umedon Komalov comes back for another go. It's going to be a sizable score for Uzbekistan, I think. Yes, that is 2 refusals. And it is going to be elimination, I'm afraid. They're a brand new combination. It's a big, big ask this afternoon for a pair of rookies in effect. The third out for Uzbekistan is eliminated. The next to come, delighted to welcome the world number 238. Hails from Aix-en-Provence in the south of France. His family, the Moore family, initially were from Grimaud, Gulf Saint-Tropez, where the upside competitions run down in the south of France. I met Robin this season for the first time. Like me, he's a keen chess player when he's not in the saddle. We didn't get a game, but I think we will in the future. He rode Stavita at the Worlds last year in Herning for 45th position individually, and also 45th at the Europeans in Riesenbeck as well. Underway, Galaxy HM. This gelding quality time crossed to Crawford for Robin Moore. Makes a very good job of the treble. Crucial around here to try and match the clear of Ashley Bond and to put Israel into a good position with Daniel Blumen has got a very good horse, Ladriano, to come. If Robin was to jump a clear round, Israeli hopes would be pinned on a team clear round, I think, given the experience of Daniel Blumen to start. This is a brand new combination. They have been together since only April of this year. It is their first Nations Cup as a new partnership. No, wall goes, brick out of the wall, sadly. That increasingly influential wall. It's going to be a late mistake, but it's a good round for Robin Moore. Israel do not give up their grip on a potential Paris place. Still not out of the imagination. Good round for a new combination. Impressive around this big old Ulyana Vetsani course. A late mistake. 4 penalties for Robin Moore and his new ride, Galaxy. Her mother, Renata Kaldenarova, is the chief organiser here of the CET, the Czech equestrian team, and Anna Kaldenarova we welcome. This is a Tokyo Olympic pair. They have been together since 2019. They've had good form here at the Huchle Arena as well. Arena, you should say, for Czech pronunciation. Hope you'll forgive me if I stray to arena sometimes, but Huchle Arena it is. They were 5th here in the Grand Prix back in 2020. They won the team silver here as well last year, so they know this arena well. And this is the wonderful Catch Me If You Can. Anna Kaldenarova is on the course. This was shot to the dizzy heights of World Show Jumping with Laura Klaphake before the sail to the Czech Republic. Their form of late has been a little bit erratic, to be brutally honest. But this mare, she's 15. She is a massive talent, as is Anna, so no. First one down into the combination of Ulyana Vetsani. 5A catches the third out for the home nation. It's going to be a convincing foot in the water as well. And And the Czech did go to Tokyo, but I'm afraid their Paris chances are evaporating in home air here, which is sad for this sizable crowd. Would have loved, of course, a home qualification. Fascinating course of Ileana Vetsani. Still only those 4 clears. Ashley Bond, Max Vechter, Alyssa Danilova, and Gabor Szabo, the Hungarian. So, 1 down into the combination, and the error of the water are the 2 fences, 8 jumping, and also it will be 2 for time as well. 10 for Anna Kellner-Rover. That the first mistake for Catch Me If You Can. The home nation, I'm afraid, is struggling. The next to come, Slovakia also are struggling. Their best team score could be 11, with clear rounds from the 2 riders remaining and 3 clear rounds in the second round. Bronislav Chudoba it is we welcome. Veteran of 2 World Equestrian Games. He was in the Dornano Stadium in Caen back in 2014 and in North Carolina at Tryon. Staged late by Mark Bellissimo in 2018. And he went well in Tryon for 28th position with Zapria. That's on the course with this wonderful young mare. She's 9, seeing Mar cross to Chaco Blue. Chloe is on course for Bronislav. They went very well in the World Cup in Shamarin at home mid-June for 5th place in the big class. Bronislav part of that team bronze for Slovakia at home at Bratislava. To a mighty raucous reception from the home audience. 1 early mistake. This mare's got a great attitude. Hackamore bits. She's feisty, fiery as a temperament. I think just needs a little bit of time just to mature. It's a big early ask for her at 9, but she's come up well enough. Of course, the Olympic place looking a distant hope for the Slovaks, I'm afraid. It's going to be 12 jumping and 2 time. 14 for Bronislav Chudoba. They will certainly be carrying the 11 and that 14 as well. So the best team score they could have is 25 penalties. That is assuming a clear round for Radovan Shilo is not impossible. Their anchorman is a serious competitor. But it is an expensive 14 for Bronislav, but his young mare, she's got a huge future. Understandably, a short, sharp exhalation from the pursed lips of Przemysław Konopacki. Poland have got it in their hands, that Olympic qualification spot. Just got to hold it in their palm now. Clear and 2. Max Vechter, the clear and the clear round jumping 2 time for Adam Zagojewski. This is a wonderful mare. A man I know well, Przemysław Konopacki, is on course. This is home run jumping. It's a mare I've admired for some seasons. Przemysław relocated out of Poland to the Netherlands for ease and convenience of getting to and accessing competitions. This mare, she was 7th in the Grand Prix in Sopot in mid-June and started this year very well in Amsterdam, 5th in the 5-star Grand Prix in the Dutch capital. She's a real talent. Daughter of Spartacus, crossed to Concord. I spotted her in Drammen a few years ago and asked Premislav if she was for sale. And basically, unless it's a huge amount of money, the answer was a fairly firm no. Premislav, Konopatski, still clear. Poland to start to turn the screw on an Olympic spot here. With one to come, their worst score could be 2 in a moment, which would be brilliant. Home run coming down to the last fence. Oh no, it goes. What a shame. Got a feel for Poland. Premislav Konopatski delivered a peach of a round. The last fence goes. Looks so good. It is going to be 4 penalties still. The worst team score would be 6. And that is before we've come to Wojciech Wojciech, the Polish anchor. Super effort, just the last down for Premislav Konopatski. Turkey sadly have got their back against the wall in their hopes of Olympic qualification. 12 is their best team score. They'd have to discard the 21 of Hasan Şentürk and rely on the 12 of Darren Demirsoy. FEI is on the course as a man with a lot of mileage to try and improve Turkish fortunes. 2 senior Europeans in Gothenburg 2017 and in Rotterdam, the Netherlands 2019. Both call me Princess. His lovely grey mare. Mid part of the treble has been influential. It goes again for a little bit further. Salt, I'm afraid, into the Turkish wound this afternoon because they were one of the favourites here. Along with the likes of Israel for those 2 Olympic spots. I think fair to say Turkey and Israel were the punters' favourites in advance of this Group C Olympic qualifier. FEI just gets a little wriggle on, keeping on the time because it's influential. Independent down to that huge CET wall. Last outing was at Centaur Park, 5th in the Grand Prix there, albeit a 2-star Grand Prix. They have 2 down. It is going to be 8 for the 3rd out for Turkey, so I'm afraid FEI can't improve Turkish fortunes. It will be a counting 8 as well. It does mean that with the 12 of Darren Demirsoy and that 8 from FEI, they will at best finish on 20. And I'm afraid the Olympics is a bridge too far. This team at the other end of the spectrum are very much in the melt pot for Paris. They could finish with a team score of 0 still. Ukraine's number 3 is on course. Alexander Prodan gets away. World rank 474, and this afternoon moneymaker Vanta Moilenhoff is his ride. Veteran of an impressive 7 youth Europeans. Best finish was 24th individually in the Young Riders back in 2019. Moneymaker makes a very good start. Last outing was 4th in the Grand Prix, this pair in Eibrechtsdorf, where they jumped the Nations Cup for a double clear round as well. So they are well capable. Went very well in under 25 class at Le Saut Hermès this year in Paris. Back in March. Couple down. No further problems, I'm afraid. What has started beautifully has now gone the wrong way for Alexander Prodan. This horse produced by Bernardo Matthias and Niels Bransales. So it does now mean that Ukraine could at best finish on 9. The clear of Alyssa Danilova. 9 for their second rider. They'll hope to discard that score. 14 with a couple of time as well for Alexander Prodan and moneymaker Vanta Molenhoff. It does mean that Ukraine, as I say, can at best finish on a team total of 9 in this Group C qualifier here in the Huchle Arena in Prague. This nation is still battling for Olympic qualification. They can still finish with a team score of 0. They need a big round hit from their number 3. Frank Centimay is on the course. This man's got a lot of mileage. Rio Olympics 2016, World Equestrian Games as they were back in 2014 in Caen, and 2 senior Europeans in Aachen in 2015 and in Gothenburg 2017. It's a super start. Calypso Blue PS FRH is on the course. No, influential that Oxa back bar. It's a yawning Oxa. Mid part of Uliana Vetsani's treble combination. Looking a little bit steamy down this line. Calypso Blue, but Frank Centimay. The gallop gets away with the plank. Superb, elegant mare. She's a messenger Centinel. Oh, he's a messenger Centinel gelding. Bred by Paul Schockenmöller. Gestet Levitz, so Levitz up in the northeast of Germany. My wife Elena's German, so I'm always getting drilled if my pronunciation is a little bit off on the German side of things, and Levitz it is. Well, good round, just climbs over the time as well. So it is going to be 4 jumping and 1 time, but 5. Hungary are not out of things at all, because they can still finish on 5. Poland can still finish on 2, and Israel can still finish on 4 penalties, but certainly Hungary are in the mix. Great round for Frank Centimay for 1 mistake. And let's not forget that that gelding is only 9 years of age. This man's a very good jockey. Konstantin van Damme is on the course for Hungary. Forgive me, for Bulgaria. Konstantin away. This 11-year-old Kankara heartbreaker. Gelding Caesar Z is on the track. This horse had a 4-star win at Verde La Frontera this year. Jumps beautifully down through the treble. Bulgaria struggling. They must carry 13. Will discard hopefully 23 of their number 2. Konstantin van Damme jumping a beautiful round. 1 mistake. Bulgaria, though, sadly, it's a little bit too late their surge for Paris, with other teams moving comfortably ahead of them. Not one of the favoured teams coming into the competition. Just wonderful for them to be here at an Olympic qualifier. Oh, this is a good round though. Absolutely super from Constant van Damme. It is going to be just one fence falling, just sneaks home inside the time. Quarter of a second to the good of the clock. Just one mistake. Yeah, foot in the water was the blemish for the third out for Bulgaria. 4 penalties for Constant van Damme and his lovely Caesar Z completing. This a big talent for Slovenia. His task today is uphill because of the 25, the counting score with only 3 riders Slovenia, so every score must count. But sit back and enjoy this. Brilliant rider Guy Riossa is the next to start. He rides for the Hendrik stable in Kessel in the Netherlands. I've talked to Timothy about this brilliant rider on several occasions, and he's a huge fan. He wouldn't, of course, have him riding for him otherwise, but really thinks big things are awaiting Guy Riossa. He was at 5 Youth Europeans between 2012 and 2018. He's been with Hendricks for several years. He was 5th in 2012 and 15th Young Riders in 2018. Guy, Harvard, early mistake, I'm afraid. Guy Riossa, world number 434. There's another one to fall through at the treble, but this time entering. It's been the middle part, which has been highly influential. Harvard, 11 years of age, bred in the Netherlands, probably bred by the Hendricks family. Going to have a foot in the water, plank goes as well. This pair make their Nations Cup debut this afternoon. Second in the Hendricks' new show at Kessel. That was in mid-June of this year, or early June of this year. One of these superb new shows on the ever blossoming show jumping world circuit. But Slovenia, I'm afraid, are having a very tough afternoon in the office. When you bring through that is, of course, always a distinct possibility with no ability to rely on a discard score. Little clutch of time penalties as well. 23, I'm afraid it is for Guy Riossa. And Harvard, number 2 for Slovenia. That was the first, still the early blemish into the treble combination. The new starter. This pair were part of the World Cup finals in Omaha, Nebraska this year. Finished very well as well in the USA for 29th place. Nojan Tchiakabayev is on the course. Lancelot jumping. This pair won the World Cup in Kyrgyzstan at Bishkek in May of this year. They also won the World Cup in Tashkent at home in Uzbekistan, April of this year. Westphalian 10-year-old, she's a Falkenhoff's Lancer Orlando mare, bred by the Gestut Zashkov. And another one to fall foul of the treble that is an early stinker from Ulyana Vetsani. It's all straightforward, but it comes early and it's unforgiving, it's big, it's again punishing in terms of dimensions. Must be, it's an Olympic qualifier, but it is causing its problems. This is the first rider of the last rider rotation. Final riders of the first round on course, with Nurjan Tuyakabayev on course. Uzbekistan, because of the elimination of their number 3, they are all counting scores. As we said, goodbye to Umiron Komilov. But this is a good anchor round. It's going to have a little time penalty, and the last fence goes as well. But it is 10, 8 jumping and 2 times, so we do have the first round score completed. Uzbekistan will add 10 to the 32 they had already accumulated between their first 2 riders. It is going to be 42, the first score we can confirm for Uzbekistan. 42 penalties. It's a hefty first total for Uzbekistan. It's a very serious look, understandably etched on Daniel Blumen's face, as Israel now start to dream of Paris. They can still finish on a team score of 4 penalties because of the super clear of Ashley Bond. Daniel Blumen is the anchorman for Israel. He's got all the mileage. Latrano Z for the world number 14 is up and running. Colombian born, but has been competing for Israel since 2016. Dual citizen for a long time because of his Israeli mother. 2 Olympics to date, representing Colombia, London 2012 was 20th individually, and Rio de Janeiro in 2016. This is riding the world last year, the FEI Worlds in Denmark for 16th position. Adriano Z has made a super start here for Daniel Blumen. As I say, favourites coming into this week, this Group C qualifier. 4 would be a great score. Poland can still finish on 2. And otherwise, that would be the best score possible. Ukraine can still finish on 9. Hungary, 5 potentially. But there it is, it's inside time. Screams of delight from the Israeli fans as Daniel Blumen gives them a distinct hope of Olympic qualification. Yes, we're under halfway, but you certainly got to be in this kind of clutch of scores to have a hope of a Paris place. And there it is. It's what it means, the work that goes in. Ashley Bond, her first clear round was pivotal in the Israeli effort, and 4 is the final score at the end of the first round for Israel. Brilliant round from Daniel Blumen. 2 clears for him and Ashley Bond. And the very lucky 4 penalties for Robin Moore. Israel have 4. Great team score. The home nation's final rider is on course. A man I know well from years gone by, Alisher Patrini, is on the course. I was there commentating at Falsterbo when he won the Derby, Great Derby in Falsterbo back in 2016. Alesh was at 2 World Cup finals, 2003 and 05. Europeans at 07 and 2013. And this man, his championship record is distinguished, goes back to 2000, where he became the Young Rider European champion. Locanto RN has made a great start here. The home team struggling because of that really bizarre elimination of Gangster for Vladimir Tretera. 2 stops at the wall was really unexplained. To leave them essentially in a no discount score situation because of that elimination. But their anchorman is delivering just what was asked of him, nearly. The CT wall goes, are organised here in the Huchle Arena. Great round, well received. Late 4 penalties for Alisha Patrini and Locanto. 4 to add to the home score. It is going to be a team total of 28 for the Czech Republic. They were part of the Olympics in Tokyo. 28 is the home team score at the end of the first round. Super anchor man role. He's not happy. Alisha Patrini would have loved a little bit better, but a very good anchor man role in any case. The new starter has made a very good start indeed. Delighted to welcome the anchorman for Slovakia, Radovan Šilo's on the course. 54 years of age. No early mistake for the world number 387. 2 World Games, 2010, 2014. 2 Europeans, 2015 and 2019. And 3 Nations Cups for Radovan this year. Mannheim, Bratislava for the team bronze. And Eibristor for the semi-finals. Longines EF semis in Austria. Quadricenars course produced by Andreas Sko, the Dane. Son of Quadros has another 8 penalties for Radovan so far. Slovakia have had a tough afternoon here in the Czech Republic. Best team score was 25 before he started, so now 33. Best Slovak score, and it's worsening sadly. So Radovan Šilo comes home in this Olympic qualifier. Minimum eligibility requirement as well, and a qualifier for the Grand Prix here in the Huchle Arena. This is the 4th edition, organised by the Czech equestrian team for this year. It's going to be 14 to add. And it does mean that 39 is the Slovak score. 39 puts him just in ahead of Uzbekistan on 42. It's small consolation, but some way behind the likes of Israel with 4. And the team we now welcome. Now, this is fascinating because a clear round here would be a team total of 2 for Poland. 6 is their worst score. But 2 here to get ahead of Israel. Wojciech is on the course. 17th in the World Cup finals in 2019 in Gothenburg. And this afternoon, Cinta Blue makes an early mistake. Poland will be sitting very timid on the sidelines now. This pair 4th in the Grand Prix at Poznan mid-June this year. 6th in Arezzo's mid-April Grand Prix as well. In fact, Poland will not be sitting that disturbed, because whatever happens here, they will finish on 6 because of the 4 for Przemysław Konopacki. So, in fact, what happens from here on in does not matter in terms of the Polish score, because 6 it is. And they still stay in the thick of things for the Olympic qualifying 2 spots. They're going to be just in behind Israel, who are on 4. Yeah, it's going to be 7. It will be the discard score. But as I say, Poland will finish on 6 penalties. So they go in just behind Israel. but Ukraine can best finish on 9. Hungary is the one team. It's between Poland and Hungary for the second qualification spot. That is the early indicator. Israel looking hot favourites for the first qualification spot, and the battle, as I say, between Poland and Hungary. Hungary need a clear round for a team total of 5. But if they were to have a fence down, it would give the second qualification spot at the end of the first round to Poland. This man's got a lot of super mileage. Makara Everly, we welcome out on the course. 4 senior Europeans. Last out in 2021 in Riesenbeck. Omar starts with Policeman to anchor Turkey's effort this afternoon, which has been disappointing. One of the favourites coming in, and yeah, best they could finish now with the 4 penalties on 24. Makara Everly trying to keep it just on the 4 penalties. Policeman comes down to this. What has been highly influential? Czech equestrian team Blue Wall, the penultimate. It's a good round for Makara Everly. He has just the one early mistake. It is the 4 penalties. So Policeman, the anchor man for Turkey. Best score is for Turkey, 4 penalties. Well, that's the 12 and the 8 of Darren Demisoy and Ifisiahi. And 24 is the Turkish total. I'll put them ahead of Uzbekistan and Slovakia. And the home nation by 4 penalties. Put them third of the completed scores so far, in behind Israel with 4, Poland with 6. Turkey go third with 24. This is a super young lady, known Anastasia Bondareeva for some years. Mastered the Europeans, Youth Europeans in Mill Street back in 2016. She was 7th there individually. She's a real talent. Rode at 5 Youth Europeans. Last was in Villamora's Juniors back in 2021 with Quickborn for 25th position. Anastasia, 4th from the end of the first round. Calder has made a very good start here for Ukraine. It could be crucial here because they can still finish on 9 penalties. Yes, we're thinking Israel, Poland or Hungary, but Ukraine could just sneak a place. But one down, sadly, far side of this arena, Hukle Arena. Jumps very well in Ibristol's Nations Cup. 1 clear and 1 4 penalty round. Jumps double clear in Athens as well. Anastasia Bondareeva and Calder. This is a good round from her. Jumps to last and is inside time. Could be important. 4 penalties for Anastasia Bondareeva. The anchor rider for Ukraine will mean that Ukraine finish on 13 penalties. And they'll go third as we stand in behind Israel and Poland. I think, yeah, just Hungary can go ahead of Ukraine. So they will be 4th at worst, Ukraine at the end of the first round, and still can dream of an Olympic qualification spot. Well done to Anastasia, Bondareeva and Calder. So now we welcome this crucial round for Hungary as they dream of finishing in second place to Israel at the end of the first round and keep their Paris hopes with two Group C spots available this afternoon, alive and well. Their anchorman, Andras Kovi, is on the course. This is Iap jumping. 2 Europeans for Andras. He was at Rotterdam 2019 in the Netherlands and in Riesenbeck in 2021. His father represented Hungary in World Cup dressage. And Iap, this very good horse, has had a great season. 5th in the 3-star Grand Prix in Budapest late May. And 9th in the 5-star Grand Prix Baltic Coast up in the north of Poland in Sopot in mid-June. Great start for this 11-year-old son of Eldorado van der Zeshoek, crossed to Nissan Caratano Z, bred by the Gestut Levitz, owned by Jennifer Nagel for Andras Kovi. This is brilliant. Hungary's hopes of qualifying for the Olympics are still alive and well. They are. Oh, it's close on the time. He's just inside. Brilliant and important, because one time penalty and it would have been 6 and the same score as Poland. Things are tight because Israel on 4, Hungary now finishing on 5. Poland are on 6, so you can just see how tight it is. Brilliant to come home inside the time. And there is confirmation. Hungary goes second behind Israel, and just by a hair's breadth, 1 penalty ahead of Poland. That was within a quarter of a second of having the same score as Poland because of a time penalty there potentially. Just 2 more to come, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this first round of the superb Nations Cup here. This FEI Team Olympic Group C qualifier. Early mistake, sadly, for Ivalio Bonev on the course for Bulgaria. Dendent Vidiel, Cardento's daughter, is on course. Dutch mare, 15 years of age, already with a couple down. Further mistakes, I'm afraid, for this man who was the Balkan individual champion last year on the team silver with his other ride, Othello. Another Balkan double silver came in 2017 with this horse, Dendence. Ivalio, world number 479. This pair know each other backwards. 8 seasons together. 2016 was their start. And were very good in the World Cup in Athens, June of last year, for 5th place. Not their afternoon, I'm afraid. 16 penalties. Bulgaria have had a tough afternoon. This will still be the counting score if it stays at 16. They will drop the 23 penalties of their number 2. We'll have one time as well. Still, it's a counting score. By my maths, 34 is the Bulgarian total. We'll see confirmation of our scorers here in the Hukli Arena in just a moment. Yeah, 34 penalties it is for Bulgaria. And they suffer, I'm afraid. And their Olympic hopes are extinguished here in the Czech capital. The last of the first round, ladies and gentlemen, 41 years of age. last of the three-rider Slovenian team. Lydia Grum, we welcome. Manages a riding school which is called Delija in Radovlitska in Slovenia. She trains riders. She has off-road riding there as well available, and children's therapy, part of her super facility. Sadly, early mistake for Jackpot out on the course. He's only 9 years of age. So again, it's a big ask this afternoon. In front of this packed grandstand here. So sad to see Slovenia's fate. And retiring is Lydia Grum. Their fortunes do not improve, I'm afraid, here in the Huchli Arena in Prague. So at the end of the first round, it's fascinating. The battle is really, really tight for the Olympic places in Paris, because look at that position. Just 1 point separate Israel, Hungary and Poland. 4, 5 and 6. There's nothing to split those three teams in reality as we come with the second round to come. Either of Israel, Hungary or Poland can still dream of qualifying. Ukraine not totally out of it either on 13. And the other teams, I'm afraid, are struggling, languishing. Turkey, the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Slovakia and Uzbekistan. So where will it go with only 2 places? 3 teams are absolutely head-to-head. A fascinating battle we have on our hands here. And ladies and gentlemen, we take a break. The interval will be until 4:15 p.m., 1500 hours. There's a break of just over 25 minutes, and we'll bring you the second round here in the Huchli Arena. Fascinating to see how things resolve here. And I know you'll be back in just under half an hour for the second round here of the Group C Olympic qualifier in Prague, the Czech Republic. From myself, Ed Holloway, it's been a pleasure bringing you this gripping action. We sit on the wire here. 3 teams in with a real chance of an Olympic spot. We'll see you in just under half an hour for the conclusion. Thank you for watching.
Sportovního programu zde v aréně, přesuneme se na tribunu a budeme si moci užít jezdeckou Riders Party pokládání Praha. Jste zváni.
So a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second round of this Group C Olympic qualifier takes place here in the Huchle Arena in Prague. Welcome back. 7 teams come back for the second round. I can tell you, it is Israel, Hungary, Poland, Ukraine, Turkey, the home nation, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. They are the 7 nations that return to battle, which is why we have 28 combinations to jump this second round. My maths was never good, but 7 times 4 is the 28. And we get back started. We go in reverse order of the scores of the first round. The course identical of Ulyana Vetsani, 570 meters, 86 seconds. Should there be equality at the end of this second round? 4, 5, and 6 are the 3 scores that are battling for the 2 places available for the Paris Olympics. But should there be a jump off, it would just be 1 combination selected by each of the teams involved in the event of equality of penalties. Well, yes, I'm a little bit surprised by who that first round was. I'm left for an explanation because it was due to be this lady, Dominika Galova, to restart the second round. And this is being announced as the first of the second round, so I am left without an explanation. It's not as though it's dressage with a guinea pig. So that's a bit of an anomaly. We'll see if an explanation comes through. But this due to be the first of the second round. And we go in reverse order, as we say. The scores will get better and better. We certainly do not jump Uzbekistan in this second round. And also Slovenia not returning. And Bulgaria, they are the teams that drop out of the second round. So Slovakia will get us started. Get us restarted. Their total after the first round was 39 penalties. Just to put that into context, 4, 5, and 6 are the 3 best scores from the first round for Israel, for Hungary in second, and Poland in third. We get restarted with Slovakia, Dominika Galova, Senior Catello comes. This pair jumped well in the first round. They had 11 penalties, 2 fences, and 3 time. But nothing to be ashamed about at all. It was a good round. This pair have jumped very well this season. Jumped a super double clear at home in Bratislava for the team bronze. Slovakia, superb emerging nation of show jumpers. Another out for Dominika Galova, but they are learning their trade very well. This Olympic rotation, you feel a yard too early for them, but maybe they're a nation getting geared up for the Olympics in Australia to come in 32, maybe Los Angeles 28, but things are certainly developing.
Jménem České republiky na startu ve druhém kole gangster konventu a Vladimír Treter.
The second to come. The Trailblazers for the home team, the Czech Republic. They were eliminated in the first round of the CT, the Czech equestrian team, Wall unusually. They are a super combination. I've enjoyed watching this pair over recent years. They're aggressive, they get off the course with a sort of attacking abandon. And Vladimir Tretera, we welcome. This is wonderful gangster Van Het Noorderveld on the course. Europeans in Riesenbeck, Europeans that year in Germany, and last year in the Worlds in Herning. Early mistake, sadly, the Ford Ox goes early doors. Such a good round to watch. Their first round, their overall style is so compelling to view. It's got this wonderful free-flowing nature, nothing ordered or particularly structured about their performances. It's just got this wonderful expressive style. It is normally deadly effective as well for the Czech pair. Gangster now down to this, what was his nemesis in the first round. He will not jump it by the looks of things, sadly. Vladimir Tretera is going to have his work cut out to come back. No, I'm afraid it's not happening. And it is elimination for the Trailblazer for the home team, Vladimir Tretera. His second elimination at the CET Wall. Gangster having none of it, I'm afraid. That's a real frustration for this talented pair. They come unstuck here on home sand in the Huchle Arena, south of Prague. And disappointment for the great crowd here as the weather's improving. Clouds have divided above us, and it's a super afternoon for the two places we are looking for the Olympics in Paris for Group C. The next come, Darren Damasoy, we welcome. God bless his wonderful big bacon, Blens van der Middelstede, 13-year-old gelding, son of dictator van der Bos Landhoever, across to Muscaris Dauriel. Uncustomary first round for this pair, with 3 mistakes. Get off to a punchy start in the second round here, trying to right the wrongs of the first round. Darren World number 176. He's a tall jockey, solidly built as well. He's got a sort of rugby player stature, broad-shouldered. Just get over the water. Took a use of the voice, and the plank comes down because of rather unsettled into the water. Lost a little bit of momentum. Next problem, I'm afraid, for Darren Damasoy. So he comes home, jumps the last, but it is going to be a couple of fences down. This nation still not in the thick of battle, but not out of the reckoning either, I think would be a fair summary. They started on a total of 13. And Trailblazer for Ukraine jumps a brilliant opening clear round. Alyssa Danilova trying to deliver the first double clear of the competition. Is on course. This is Costanel jumping. Cascarello's daughter, 10 years of age. And the Damsar here, Quebec. Such a mature performance from this young lady who is improving rapidly. Just again rode with a carefree abandon, bearing in mind the gravity of the afternoon, but bizarre run out across the middle. These two fences here, one side by side to the other, the wall and the planks now, causing havoc in the Olympic qualifier here in Prague. Frustrations as Alyssa Danilova takes it out of the cups the second time of asking. Will be 8 penalties on her card. Yes, frustration from Alyssa Danilova. It is going to be 29 penalties. Round started really promisingly, but hard work at the end of the day, I'm afraid. 29 for the Trailblazers for Ukraine. And again, their challenge for Paris places falls onto rocky ground. But now things get fascinating because the 3 teams at the head of affairs are literally separated by 1 penalty point each. Poland, Hungary and Israel, 4, 5 and 6 respectively. And Adam Jagorzewski to start the Polish path to Paris. Hopefully Issem jumped a super clear round for 2 time only in the first round. Rangy long chestnut, quality time Clinton. Adam Jagorzewski. Still in his 20s. World number 312 and a very much rider on a high trajectory for the top. This the pair that won the Arezzo 4-star Grand Prix last year, spring of 2022. Sadly, first slap of timber to sand. It's the first blemish for Adam Jagorzewski. As Issem comes down to the water. Now, love to keep it on a 4 penalty score. Just to not necessarily be a discard score as things get highly pressured later. Could be a useful score to have in the clubhouse for Poland, 4 penalties. Adam then just rallies against the clock, time's tight. Real clutch with a time penalty or 2. And he's not going to be one of them this time. Issem comes round to the final fence. Close to time again, I think he's just okay. Yeah, just under 1 second inside. It is 1 down only. Good round for Adam Jagorzewski, and Poland's challenge for the Olympic spots in Paris is still intact. Front bar of the Oxa. The 1 mistake for Adam Jagorzewski. Super afternoon. He's had 2 and now 4 in each of the rounds. Could this pair be the first combination to deliver a double clear around Ilyana Vetsani's Olympic qualifying track here? in the Huchle Arena in Prague. Would be a marvellous achievement if they could. Gabor Sabo Juniors on course, Mezahages Chabala. This wonderful Chaco Blue 13-year-old mare bred by the Gestut Levitz is up and running and starts beautifully. Fatigue here, of course, can be a factor. Bearing in mind 16 jumping efforts in total, 570 metres for each of the rounds. So it's up over a kilometre of 1:60 jumping efforts. No, again, just you feel got her eye caught by that floodlit Prague city. Bottom of the fence just stunned her on takeoff for a moment. The delay was crucial. And we must look onwards for our first double clear. There's not many, of course, that can deliver it because of the sparsity of clear rounds in the first round. Another one goes, so advantage heads to Poland, and another problem as well. So Hungary will very much hope to discard the 12 of Gabor Sabo. Mezahages Chabala. That was the first of the anomalous mistakes. 2 followed. 12 penalties is the opening score. And Hungary now puts pressure firmly onto their 3 riders to come. This pair jumps are sensational. Clear round to open up the afternoon for Israel. They are the leaders after the first round with a score of 4. And Ashley Bond on this Diorado Lamoureux, the first gelding, Westphalian Donatello, starting in typically positive attacking fashion. This is very much their modus operandi in the first round. Just get out there and ride off the seat of your pants a little bit. Oh, brilliant. This is. It's got an almost jump-off feel about it, such as the tempo. But it obviously works beautifully. This pair 11th around Santiago Varela's massive courses at the Olympics, so that is their caliber. That is why they can do this on this big occasion, as Group C Olympic qualification is at stake. Ashley Bond to move Israel teasingly close to an Olympic place with a brilliant round to get Israel's campaign started. That was immaculate. 3 very good ones to come. And with problems for Hungary, problems for Poland. 3 down and 1 down respectively. Israel are in a commanding position, looking at very good bets to secure a Paris place with a brilliant double clear for the pair from the Olympics in Tokyo. Well done. Ashley Bond and Donatello get Israel off to the perfect start here in Prague. Clear round for Israel. So the first rider rotation completed, and Israel on top of the pack here in the pursuit of the Olympic places. Poland sitting second. Now we go to the second rider rotation. Slovakia, back markers that come into the second round. We lost 3 teams with 7 still standing. The Plank, I'm afraid, given a convincing strike. Giuliano Vezzani, long-term champion course designer of the Longines Global Champions Tour. One of the world masters of his trade, no question. Along with the likes of Frank Rothenberger, Santiago Varela, the real kings, Louis Koenigs. But problems, I'm afraid, for Slovakia's second rider. It is going to be 13 penalties for David Horvath and U2 West11 Z. Second out for Monika Novoskoviska's Slovak team. This man, once again, as he had to face in the first round, needs a big round, big performance this afternoon after the problems of Vladimir Tratera, the Czech trailblazer. The number 2 for the home nation is on the course. Philippe Zolajau survives an early rattle. Kurika GP Madame Z is on course. This is about second in the World Cup in Shamron mid-June of this year. They know each other like a good old pair of slippers at home. 6 seasons together, started back in 2018. And well trusted by the Czech organisers. Foot in the water though, sadly. 3rd season with the Nations Cup teams for this Czech nation, but I'm afraid things going sour. For Philippe Zolajau. He comes home. Things have not gone the way of the home nation. First rider rotation with the elimination of Vladimir Tratera. And then a clutch for Philippe Zolajau. He comes home. And it is going to be 16 penalties. 14 in the first round, 16 in the second. And a big score, I'm afraid, for the home nation. At the start of the second round, things not going the home nation's way. The new starter, Hasan Şentürk, is on the course for Turkey. Early mistake for him as he looks to improve on the 21 penalties from the first round. There's very good de la Bonne jumping. 14-year-old Berlin Zandor stallion, bred by Eric Chomelou and Elise Bonnard, and by Tolga Kometoglu for Hassan. Couple down for this powerful grey. Sees a good shot at the water, but well, came very attackingly quick down to the plank, gets away with it at high pace. But then I'm afraid the neon green Black Ox falls. So if you're just joining us, early stages of the second round of this Group C Olympic qualifier here in the Huchle Arena in Prague. Israel are in the driving seat. They're looking very good for one of the qualifying spots. And then the other battle is between Hungary and Poland for the second at the moment, going the way of Poland because Adam Jegorzewski had just one down as opposed to the 3 down for 12 for the trailblazer. For Hungary, Gabor Szabo. So Poland and Israel at the moment looking like the two teams that will go to Paris Olympics, but a long way to go. We now welcome with 4 till the halfway break of this second round, Ukraine's number 2. Ukraine, also a team that you must not discount. They could still finish on 13 penalties. We'll have to discard the 29 of Alyssa Danilova. They got off to a tough start. Need a very big afternoon from this. Mykola Pilepko on course. Karat is jumping. 9 years of age. Canan crossed to Copperfield. Makes a very good start here, but this is the early difficult wind of Ulyana Vetsani. They survive a good rattle in the middle and still clear. Sadly, back bar of that neon green black oxa tumbles. And a further oxa. There's going to be 2 on the card of Mykola Pilepko and Karat. The Ukrainian hopes of an Olympic place are starting to look a little bit far away, because they will have to carry these 8 penalties. Does mean their best score, carry that as well. 12 penalties now. Their best score can now be 25, which is not looking good enough to my reckoning. With the likes of Poland still circling around between 6 and 10. Israel potentially on 4. And Hungary can still finish on 5. That is looking like the team in 4th coming into the second round will be dropping out of contention. Good round from Mykola Pilepko, but it is 3 down for 12 penalties with Karat. This is compelling viewing here in Prague as the Polish team's number 2 gets out into business. Just one down for Adam Jegorzewski. Was a good round. This pair jumped a brilliant clear round in the first round and looking to join Ashley Bonder's our second double clear. World champ pair from the Echo FEI Worlds last year in Herning. And Max Vector has made a very good start. He is still clear. No, the plank, I'm afraid, goes at 7. So again, very hard to separate Hungary and Poland. Hungary with the 12 in there for the first round of rotation. Poland with 4 and 4. It does mean they can at best finish on 10 penalties. They will have to count either the 4 of Adam Jegorzewski or the 4 of Max Vector. And 10, best score that Poland can hope for, and it does just open the door for Hungary. They're going to need a very good 3 rounds to come. But in effect, Hungary have got 1 fence in hand because they were on 5 after the first round, so they could have 1 down from their 3 riders to come, Hungary. and still just sneak ahead of Poland by 1 penalty. That is what is on the cards here. So this is the crucial round for Hungary, one of their 3 crucial rounds to come. Peter Shuhai, we welcome. Chaco's girls star started well in the first round, but ended up with 24 penalties. As I say, clear round will be the dream ticket. But 1 fence down would still keep Hungary in with a Paris hope, or a strong hope, because they have got 1 fence in hand over Poland. Chaco Blue crops up again here. So many horses by the father of Explosion W, the Olympic champion in Tokyo. Best example of Chaco Blue's power and ability. Peter Shuhai has made an immaculate start here. First half job very well done. Now just put the icing on the cake, Peter. Bag her clear and give a fence to one of your 2 riders still to come. No. Comes on a bit of a wing and a prayer down to that plank. Didn't quite do enough. Was quite forward over the water, as is, of course, the tendency. Didn't just then prop the mare back up onto her heels, onto her hocks. 2 down now. And this actually is 8 penalties that Hungary must carry. And it does mean 13 is the best score that Hungary can finish on, and the advantage now back with Poland. It's going to be time as well. 2 time, 8 jumping, 10 it is for Peter Shuhai and his wonderful Chestnut Chaco's girls stern. Hungary's challenge, I'm afraid, falls by the wayside. Their best team total could be 15. Poland can still finish on 10. So Israel and Poland looking like the 2 likely teams to qualify from Group C. Now this is the crucial round for Israel, because a clear round here would move Israel unthinkably close to a Paris Olympic qualification spot, because they are still on 4 penalties. A clear here would mean a fence down for one of either Robin Moore or Daniel Blumen would secure them qualification on 8, which would still be the best score of the 2 rounds so far. And no team can go better than 8, so that is the dreamy position. Isabella Rusakov has made an accurate, powerful start. Seafair the second is the last of the first half of this second round here. In this Huchler arena that has fallen deadly silent as the knowledgeable crowd here appreciate what is at stake for Israel. Paris is calling. Seafair, this wonderful horse produced by David Will, to the German Championship team silver medal winning team in Riesenbeck at the Europeans in 2021. To get Israel off to the perfect start in the second round here. And as I say, Poland can at best finish on 10, Hungary 15. They certainly would have a fence in hand to still be the best qualifier. Now, time's tight, but it is a clear round jumping. Whoa, just over time by an absolute slither. 0.04 of a second over. It is going to be 1 time for Isabella Rusakov, but it does mean that Israel can still finish with 4 and maybe 5. It's looking very good for Israel. Clear and a 1 penalty round. The first 2 scores for Ashley Bond and now Isabella Rusakov. And Israel's Olympic dreams are alive and well here in the capital of the Czech Republic. So, ladies and gentlemen, we take a short break here from the Huchler Arena. Israel are in the driving seat. The battle between Hungary and Poland is still alive and well for the second of the qualification spots. It's going to be a thrilling final hour here in the Czech Republic. We'll see you soon. Thank you for watching. Delighted to welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of this second round of the Group C Olympic qualifier here in the Huchli Arena in Prague, the Czech capital. The position Israel are looking very strong for one of the two qualification spots because they can still finish with a team total of 4. They had just one clear round from here on in. From one of their 2 final riders, they would have a team score of 5, which would in any case be good enough to qualify. Poland are lying in second with 10. Poland have got a fence in hand to stay ahead of Hungary, who are on 15, the Hungarians. 2 expensive rounds to get their second round underway for Hungary, so they've dropped out of contention a little bit. So Poland and Israel looking like the likely 2 to qualify for Paris Olympics in 2024. Welcome back to the second half of this second round. And we go in reverse order. Bronislav Chudoba will open up the action. This mare, she's a wonderful 9-year-old daughter of Siingmar Cross 2 Chaco Blue. Chloe's out on the course for Bronislav Chudoba. 14 in the first round, but jumps a very good round for a 9-year-old. Big course of Ilyana Vetsani. She was very impressive. This year, the influential line. Big Oxtra in the middle has been causing the most havoc. Chloe excavates herself down the middle, clear through the demanding treble. Just took a little half halt in before the big plank is 7. Leaves is standing. Slovak celebrated a brilliant team bronze at home in Bratislava, home leg of the Nations Cup in May of this year. It was a wonderful celebration. I was there live to commentate. It was a really excited stadium. Bronislav, though, yeah, 1 fence down so far. But Chloe has performed outstandingly well on this big occasion. Slovakia will add just 4 penalties. She's inside the time, and that's a very good second round from a young mare. Bronislav Chudoba comes home with just 4 penalties. That was a foot in the water. Sadly, Slovakia languishing after the first round with 39 penalties. The Czech Republic have also had a difficult afternoon, and let's hope things can improve for them. And the Kelner Rover we now welcome. Tokyo Olympic combination. Team Silver here in last year. They've been together since 2019. Team Silver in this Nations Cup. Behind the Netherlands, who won here last year. Patrick Lemon, Carl Bonhoff, Vincent Ings and Doran Kuipers. And the Kelner Rover gets off to a great start here. Catch me if you can. She's now 15 years of age, one of the great mares in world show jumping. Brought to the dizzy heights by Laura Klapaker. And are keeping up a really positive, energized canter. Trust the mare, just to keep on flowing down to the plank. Didn't do much preparation, but it all comes off beautifully. One fence was at a foot in the water. I missed the mistake, which normally means it's a foot in the water. Catch me if you can. You would not expect to have a time penalty at this rapid rate of travel. Well inside for Anna Kelner-Rover. It is just the 4 penalties, and I'm assuming a foot in the water. We'll see a repeat. Hopefully, good round. Big improvement on the 10 of the first round. So that one stayed. And yes, little imprint in the plasticine there, I think, sadly, is the 4 penalty for Anna Kelnerova. Much improved from the first round. 4 for Catch Me If You Can. Turkey, as one of the favourites for the Olympic place, have had a very disappointing afternoon, and let's hope they could have 2 good rounds to finish their campaign. FEI, we welcome. Independence. Diamant de Revel crossed to Careful, bred in Sweden, 12 years of age. And by EFA's ES Equestrian Team Holdings. Again, makes a committed, powerful start. Lays his intentions on the line. No, back bar sadly goes. Force come down a few times, and then Independence living up to his name a little bit into the treble, just fighting effort for control of the bridle, but clear down through the treble combination. Beautiful, huge jump out over the water. And then another one who just trusts his horse's carefulness enough just to keep it coming at the planks, but then just rather flattens apex of the jump a little bit low out over the oxer. Following the vertical, that's a fence 8. FEI coming down to the CT wall, which has been highly influential. Clears that. Turns for home, but it's a couple of rails down. Mid-course for Independence, sadly. And Turkey will also have a time penalty, 100th of a second out of the time. 9 is the third score in the second round for Turkey. They've had a tough afternoon, it's been sad to see. Their Olympic dreams, I'm afraid, ended here in the Czech Republic. .41, the best score they can still hope for, with a clear of Omar Karaevli. That is hanging on. Tough start for Ukraine into the second round, because they were lying in 4th place after the first round on a score of 13. They've had 29 and 12. They must carry the 12 of their second rider. This man looked very good in the first round. We welcome back Alexander Prodan is on course. So lovely. Elvis Taputa, Vigara Soy Stallion, and Money Maker Vanta Molenhoff is on course. Still a rider coming into senior ranks and looking like a very useful commodity for Ukrainian show jumping. Moneymaker had a spell with Niels Brunsales. Talented young man, I think. He's got a very natural way of riding, just lets things happen. Trusts his instincts in his eye, doesn't try and over prepare this horse for the jumps, does a beautiful job of allowing the horse to travel and jump underneath him. Still clear here. Now Alexander Prodan just rushed the horse down through the double a little bit. It's a little bit off the oxer into the combination, just rather fired Moneymaker down into the first part, flattens for the second. But this has been a very good round and a vast improvement on their 14 penalties, although I like the first round. But from the first round, just one down inside time. Confidence from Alexander Prodan, and a good third round for Ukraine. Best round of their second round so far, with 4 penalties for Moneymaker Vanta Molenhoff. Poland have still got a fence in hand over Hungary for the second Olympic qualifying spot behind Israel, but a clear round here would be beautiful to not have to use that for penalty cushion, to give that in effect to Wojciech's. It was a super round for Przemysław Konopacki in the first round, home run. This wonderful mare, just the last fence fell. But now, yes, clear round here to give the Polish anchorman one fence in his pocket to put Poland into Paris. That's the one down. Now, would not want another one here, Przemysław. Because Hungary, with 2 clear rounds, can still finish on 15. Poland can still finish on 14, depending on a clear of Wojciech. It is going to go to the wire between Poland and Hungary. Good round again. Again, a whisker away from the clear round that was so close to coming in both the rounds for home run and Przemysław Konopacki. 4 penalties for them. They must therefore carry 2 full faults in this second round. They will finish at best on 14. And as I've said, Hungary at best can finish on 15 penalties. That needs 2 clears. And the 14 of Poland needs 1 clear. So Poland still have got the advantage on gaining the second qualification place for the Olympics. But to try and put pressure on Poland, Frank Sentime, we welcome. Just 9 more to come. 2 more of this third rider rotation and the last riders to start. Frank Sentime is on course. He had a good first round, just 1 fence down and 1 time penalty. Lipso Blue comes at high speed down to the treble fearlessly, quickly. Everything's still intact for Frank Sentime. Big Bay, high head carriage down this diagonal cut, water to plank. This is a very much attacking round. Bear in mind the position of things here between Poland and Hungary. He's really thrown caution to the wind. And he's just going for it here. This is brilliant. I don't think Frank Sentime will have a time penalty either. And it literally is 1 penalty only that separates Poland and Hungary in the battle for the Paris place. That Israel looks to have secured 1 of them. This is brilliant. What a round. Gets a roar as he well deserves. That was brilliant. So attacking, so decisive, and it delivers what could be a crucial clear round for Hungary. Frank Sentime keeps Hungarian hopes of 15 in touch. And if it's a clear round for the anchorman for Hungary, and if Poland was to falter, Hungary would nudge ahead of Poland and seize the last place to Paris. Well done. What a round from Frank Sentime. Crucial clear round. Well, 2 more to come for Israel, and they, with a clear round here, would finish on 5 at worst. Qualification spot would be bagged. And in fact, could have 9 here, penalties, and still finish ahead of Poland and secure qualification. So easy for Robin Moore in effect. But the pressure will have a different effect. No. Things go badly wrong down the treble. 12. Suddenly a different complexion is cast on this Olympic qualifier. The baton passes, slap in the hand of Daniel Blumen. And he's got it all to do now, because 12, if they were to add the 12, have to carry the 1 as well, would be 13, 17, would be behind Poland and Hungary as things lie at the moment. They're on 14 and 15 respectively, with clear rounds, of course, granted for their last riders. But things are bubbling up at the end of this Group C qualifier. Still, we don't yet know which way this decision will go of the two places. Daniel Blumen, you would think, will jump a clear round, but Robin Muir has had a very tough technical triple components, and the last goes as well. It is 16, and Israel badly need to discard that score, otherwise Paris passes by. Real surprise for the number 3 for Israel. There's that 5, of course, assuming they can discard the 16 and have a clear round from Daniel Blumen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last rider rotation at the end of the second round of this Group C qualifier here in the Huchle Arena in Prague. With 7 riders to come, Radovan Shulo's on the course to anchor Slovakia. Korchnarsk had 14 penalties in the first round. The Slovaks have slid dramatically. The best score they could finish with here is 56, depending on a clear from Radovan Shulo. It's a big anchorman. Reminds me a little bit of Geir Gulliksen, similar vintage. Slightly similar presence to Jimmy Geir as he's known. And like Geir Gulliksen, is a prolific businessman and a real character. Radovan Shulo is jumping a beautiful anchor round for Monika Novosikova, the Slovak chef to keep. But it's sadly going to be a little bit too little too late. Pretty sure one's gone in the combination. It sounded like a rail down. We lost the picture of the fence. But I think there is 4 penalties. We will confirm that for you in a moment. Well, time penalties in any case. We will just wait for the confirmation. Does seem as though it was just a tap and no mistake in the combination. Sounded like a definitive knockdown to me. That was the tap. I stayed in the cups. Good. So it's a clear round for Radovan Shulo. 2-time. 58 penalties is the first completed score we have at the close of play of the Group C qualifier for Slovakia. 58 penalties for the team of Monika Novosikova. The Czech Republic, as the home nation, have had a tough afternoon, bearing in mind their status as one of the favourites to qualify, along with the likes of Israel and Turkey. Let's hope for a finishing flurry for Anish Opatrini on the course to anchor the home efforts. Locanto RN jumping for Alesh. Just one down in the first round. Was a good round for this man. Seasoned campaigner. This gelding young at only, amazingly, 8 years of age. Young rider, European champion, as I mentioned earlier, all the way back in 2000 is his pedigree. Then that grandstand victory, winning the Falsterbo Derby in the south of Sweden, one of the coveted World Show Jumping titles. They don't come much bigger than Falsterbo. That was 2016. Alesh is giving us an exhibition final round here for the home nation. It's really impressive on nature on it. It's a big old Ulyana Vetsani course of this pair of tackling with years beyond them. Time also is going to be okay. They've looked fairly relaxed, but inside time. And well done. Smiles through slightly gritted teeth for the home side. They would have loved more, of course, this afternoon on home sand. But Alesh Opatry gives them something to smile about at the end of a tough afternoon for the Czech Republic. Clear round he delivers. Their first clear of the Nations Cup here in the Huchle Arena, and 48 is the home total at the close of play. The last for Turkey. Omar Karaeveli, we welcome. Turkey's had a really tough afternoon again. There have been some changes to what was anticipated to happen, certainly. Israel always fancied. Turkey was shoulder to shoulder with Israel in terms of the bookies' favourites in advance of this Group C qualifier. So this is the team that has been under par this afternoon. Omar Karaeveli trying to lift Turkish spirits with a great clear round, hopefully to finish. Daraj across to Accord the second. Policeman the second is on course for Omar Karaeveli. Seasoned man. Had a very good first round for just 4 penalties with this lovely chestnut. Just 5 more to come, ladies and gentlemen. Back end of the Olympic qualifier. As I said, a couple more chances this year for nations to qualify for Paris. They are the Milan Europeans in August in the San Siro Stadium up in the north of Italy. And again, the Club de Polo in Barcelona for the final of the Longines Nations Cup. This year also will send the winning team through, as Belgium qualified by being champions last year. Omar Karaeveli, just the one so far. It's been a good round for one of the favourites, Turkey, to anchor their campaign this afternoon. It's some consolation. Of course, not enough consolation as far as they're concerned, no doubt. 4 penalties for Omar Karaeveli and policeman to complete the campaign for Turkey here in the Czech Republic. Team total again is a sizable one for Turkey. 45 penalties with the 2 best performances from Omar Karaeveli. Ukraine came into this second round in 4th place, and they are still in 4th place. 29 their start score, as opposed to the 15 of Hungary and the 14 for Poland. The other teams that are in contention for the second qualifications place, that Israel we still expect to claim the first of them. Anastasia Bondaryeva is on course, improvises down over the vertical. Cooled at the 4th last of the second round. 14 years of age, the son of Kusal, crossed to Coriano for this. Big talent, young talent from Ukraine. What a rise from Anastasia, up through the youth ranks to now the senior team for her country. Great stride she sees it. The water with Calder, they jumped double clear in the Nations Cup in Athens, so they are well capable. Super round to finish from Anastasia Bondareeva. Calder now turns down to this massive CT wall. One fence down. It's going to be just inside time, but overshoots the turn. That was bizarre. I don't know the explanation. Going so well, just seemed to overrun the turn entirely. Calder's not having any of this, I'm afraid. And the bell tolls, and that is elimination for Anastasia Bondareeva. That is sad at the last fence. Unexplained. Cool young lady, but bizarre, I guess, napping towards the collecting room, which is just down behind that last fence. And it is elimination for the final rider for Ukraine. 58 penalties is their total. So the battle goes to the wire here between Hungary, Poland and Israel for the 2 places for the Olympic qualification for Paris. Israel can still finish on 5, they are out in front, but Poland and Hungary are putting each other to the sword here. 1 penalty separates them. So a clear round here would secure the Polish qualification place for the Olympics, because Poland would finish on 14. Hungary would therefore miss out on the Olympic place by 1 penalty. That is the target for Wojciech and Cinta Blue on course. Przemysław Konopacki was unlucky. Adam Jegorzewski, you feel, fraction unlucky. Super rounds from both men. World Cup finals for this man, 2019. He was 17, so he has got the experience here. Cinta Blue has been in good Grand Prix form, but now altogether different. Right here, right now, Wojciech is still clear. This would cause an eruption in Poland. They are so enthusiastic as a young nation of show jumpers. It's not over yet, but please jump home from here clear, Wojciech. Booming the sport in Poland. The Cavaliada Tour, the likes of Poznan with Wola, Babarowko. Wojciech is not the clear round that Poland would have loved, but it is still possible here for Poland. The pressure falls firmly on Andras Kobi to come. He's on a very good horse, Andras. 1 fence down, 4 penalties, 1 down for each of the Polish men in this second round. They had 12, and their total is 18 at the close of play. It does mean a clear round jumping must be achieved by Hungary for them to secure the second qualification spot. So Poland finishing on 18 penalties. Hungary are on 15 at best. They need a clear round here to secure their place in the Olympics in Paris. To finish 3 penalties clear of Poland. Andras Kobi, penultimate this afternoon, is on course. He has made an early mistake. It's 19. Poland have qualified for the Olympic Games. It gives me great pleasure to declare Poland finish on 18. Hungary must at best finish on 19. Congratulations to Poland. Andras Kobi has another mistake. 8 penalties. More going to come. Now 12. Does mean 27 is going to be the final score. Poland have absolutely walked to the Olympic Games in Paris by a big, big margin because of this incredible desertion of form at the crucial point for Andras Kovianiap, I'm afraid. What a shame they jumped such a good clear in the first round. I'm assuming fatigue is the explanation, but it is 14 for the anchorman for Hungary. We'll wait for the confirmation of their team score, but it is going to be 27. Poland qualified for the Olympic Games in Paris with 18. Congratulations to Poland. And there is a confirmation. Disappointment, I'm afraid, at the final swing of the axe for Hungary. And they fall at the final hurdle, I am afraid to say. Israel comes forward. Now, just one time from Isabella Rusakov. Robin Moore scored the 20 they will look to, the 16 they will look to discard. They can still finish on 5 with a clear from that.
Dámy a pánové, prosím, abyste nikam neodcházeli. Právě teď nastává speciální moment. Za chviličku se nám do arény vrátí kompletní český tým. Sem ke mně přijdou a chtějí vám něco říct. Takže zůstaňte prosím na svých místech, počkejme si, přijde český národní tým a dozvíme se něco při jejich úst. Počkejme na to, prosím. a pánové, jak jsem říkal, děkuji moc, že jste vyčkali. Toto je kompletní český tým a oni vám chtějí něco říct. Anna Kellnerová, Vladimír Tretera, Aleš Opatrný a Filip Doležal.
Organizátorů strašně moc to pro nás znamená, děkujeme, vážíme si toho a doufáme, že příští rok budeme moct ukázat ještě jiný výsledek.
Děkujeme moc děkujeme. Dámy a pánové, český národní tým, loučí se s námi. Díky. dekorování, tak poprosím, aby majitel vozu značky Citroën, ta značka je 1SB 5066, aby se zopakovala. Jestli majitel tohoto vozu 1SB 5066, bohužel vás prosím, abyste dnes vynechali dekorování značky nebo díky moc. Dámy a pánové, věřím, že jste připraveni sledovat společně s námi dnešní slavnostní dekorování. Máme znamení a panujete nám do arény vstupují nejprve hladničtí koně. Generálskému Finlandia, 8letý Várnigatě, Solosečko, oba tyto valaši pokázali z Řečína ve Svatyňanech a například slouží dnes na Praze 1 a na Praze 2. Strážníci městské policie z jejich sebe, Zbyněk Petrovič a Tomáš Matěj.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Thanksgiving ceremony of the nation's Cup of Prague, the qualified for the Olympic Games next year. Welcome the winning team of Israel!
Dámy a pánové, vítejte v aréně samozřejmě vítěze poháru národů Praha, tým Izrael.
president and the former judge, so representative of the FEI, of the World Equestrian Federation, ladies and gentlemen. The foreign judge from the Netherlands, Ali Grasvani. Welcome and back.
To je zahraniční rozhodnutí Harry Gaston. Vítejte u nás.
And ladies and gentlemen, the grand jury president and international jury, Brussels Haskell Jones TOC. Welcome, Ibrahim Rizal. And thanks for your work with the team.
Jsme také rádi, že mezi námi je pozvítím prezidentka rozhodčí Francesa Jones TOC. Dobrý den.
And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, the event director with the best team behind. Thanks so much for organizing the show like this. So warm welcome and thank you so much to Markéta Švejková.
Říkám děkování a říkám celého tohoto dětí Praha je ředitelka tohoto meetingu a pojďme jich zatleskat ještě jednou. Markéta Švejková.
So, what a fun, ladies and gentlemen. Exciting to the last to go of each team. And at the end, it's a fabulous third place to Gabo Sabo, to Peter Tsuhai, Ferenc Sedivai, and the rest of the union on the horses. Shabala, Chakos Volsta, Milimo on the yard. So congratulations to the third place, to the team of Hungary.
Šéf ekipy Maďarska a třetí místo Halážvarová. Gratulujeme. Dámy a pánové, druhé místo obsadilo uskupení v tomto složení Adam Řekořevský, Maximilian Vechta, Přemysl Konopatský, Vůčik Kučanec se svým šéfem Janem Rikierem. To je tým Polska.
With the youngest chef in key around there, a fabulous sacrifice to the team of Poland. But this is the podium for the Brits. I'm so sorry. Please take, yeah, not yet, everything fine. So ladies and gentlemen, because the winner of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup and the qualification for the Olympic Games in Paris next year, 2024, to Ashley Mount, Isabella Roscoe, welcome here, Daniel Gilbert, congratulations to Ukraine! Because the second is also qualified to join the Olympic Games in Paris 2024.
Přesně tak, víme zároveň, které dva týmy se kvalifikovaly ze skupiny C na olympijské hry v Paříži ve Francii v roce 2024. Je to tým Polska a tým Izrael.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we honor the winning team with the national anthem. So I call you to please rise and stand for the national anthem of Israel.
Dámy a pánové, prosím, povstaňme, vyslechneme si hymnu na počest vítězného týmu Izrael.
member of the International Olympic Committee in Vladivostok with the first presentation, and congratulations to the winning team.
Gratulací také právě teď je zde i Radek Krouč, prezident České jezdecké federace.
And in outstanding and Francis Haskell Jones for your team, all the international jury with congratulations to the winning team. And for sure, the event director here at the Hoover Arena in Prague, Marafeka Shrenkova, with the same for the winning team.
Dále gratuluje prezident sboru rozhodčích, zahraniční rozhodčí a také ředitelka tohoto meetingu.
And such a happy team on the soccer players, ladies and gentlemen. Qualification for the Olympic Games. Congrats again to the team of Poland Soccer Players.
Na druhém soutěži kdo tam skončil, Polska, Adam Krkořevský, Maximilian Lechta, Přemysław Konopatský a Vojtěch Kurčan, další tým, který si dnes vybojoval svou kvalifikaci ze Skutnice. Opět kompletní sbor gratulantů Radek Krouč, Ingmar Kos, Markéta Švenková, Francis Hasker, Jones Triuzi a Harry Braspen. Congratulations. Gratulujeme.
And what a fight we stand, ladies and gentlemen. And at the end, it's a fantastic third place. The trophies, ladies and gentlemen, to Sheffield Panazorba, to the team Hungary.
Třetí místo vybojoval tým Maďarska. Halazová, šéf ekipy. Týmu byli Gábor Sabo, Petr Suhaj, Ferenc Sinterman a Andreas Davy junior. Gratuluji.
And we have two more, ladies and gentlemen, for which we are so thankful. For the first, it's the team behind, or the organization for sure, and the team of the course design. Oriana Pisani from Italy, one of the best in the world, built this course, and we are so very thankful to have him here, and give him a big hand of applause. Thank you.
Velké poděkování z také rozhodnutí představitelů který přijal z Itálie a my jsme moc rádi, že je dnes s námi Uliana Lecaj. Samozřejmě také děkujeme celému organizačnímu týmu, který se podílel na přípravě tohoto meetingu a těžké pohádání.
And during the photos, ladies and gentlemen, our last thanks today is going to the most important involved in our equestrian sport. So we are very thankful to have so big friends. So a big thank you to our horses with a big hand of applause to all of these superstars.
Ano, my jsme to moc patří právě těmto pasátům. Děkujeme moc na přítomní.
And now, maybe we'll have to leave a little bit because the celebration is on now, ladies and gentlemen, the big champagne shower! Oh, come on, guys, and now! Another big applause, ladies and gentlemen, the best three place teams, Hungary, Poland, and Israel! Oh, it's fine, buddy.
Je za námi sprcha šampaňský, všechny tři nejlepší týmy si užívají svou chvilku ústupního vítězů a za chviličku půjdeme do čistých kol.
And the youngest Chelsea keep is watching around what they have done there, but taking no champagne out.
Myslím, že odchází už špatným směrem.
A brave boy. So, we call our riders please to mount and the horses again. And we have the last present for you. We have the present of the audience. The big applause and the live performance, so please, Manuel, taxi over there, perfect. Oh, everything is okay. Yeah. Just a moment.
Ještě chvíličku strpení, než se nám nakrátí do sedel všichni. Doufejme.
Just to decide you, Ellen, if you want to go out or not, for sure. It's your decision. Everything is fine, then you can go for sure. Okay, perfect. So we need our swimming team in front, but we need four on the course. But first, for sure, have a look. If everything is fine there.
Yeah. Takže čekáme, že se nám poslední vítěz v rámci těch sedla. Poslední detail, aby samozřejmě bylo i ono kolo, finální kolo v pořádku a detailně vyladěné.
Yeah, first a little moment, for sure. The winner takes it all. And now everything is fine. Prague, are you ready for the lap of honor?